Women have the power to transform this world. We can end crime and violence if we all agree to do one thing: share. Let's share our wisdom, share our time, share our talent, share our finances, but most of all, let's share our love. This is the Female Solution. Join me, Naima Latif, every morning, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, as we bring you stimulating discussions about the issues affecting our lives. If you're listening online at www.blogtalkradio.com/the-female-solution, press the blue button that says follow and get our daily topics every morning directly to your email and your smartphone. Hi, I'm Naima Latif, executive producer of the Female Solution radio show. We invite you to call in 515-605-9325 and participate in this daily think tank as we examine the challenges we face and develop solutions that restore peace and harmony. We are global transformers, changing the world from the way it is to the way it should be. We are one. Wherever we live on this earth, we are one human family. On behalf of our team of radio hosts, I'd like to extend a greeting to all the members of our family, whenever and wherever you may be listening around the world. To our family in China, ni hao. In India, namaste. In Japan, konnichiwa. In Korea, annyeonghaseyo. In Russia, здравствуйте. In Germany, guten tag. In Poland, dzień dobry. In France, bonjour. In Spain, hola. In Italy, ciao. In Egypt, ahlan wa sahlan. In Ghana, akwaba. In Nigeria, peleo. In South Africa, sawubona. In Senegal, nangadek. In Kenya, jambo. In Israel, shalom. In Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia, assalamu alaikum. Greetings, and may peace be upon you all. Is Monday morning a struggle to get out of bed into the swing of things? Well, don't worry, you are not alone. Join us for thought-provoking, stimulating, and mindful conversations on higher learning with ZeldaSpeaks for your Monday morning mindfulness session on Blog Talk Radio, The Female Solution, Mondays, 7:30 until 9 a.m. Be sure and send your ideas, thoughts, comments, and suggestions. Also, if you'd like to be a guest on the show, visit ZeldaSpeaks.com and send us your info. We'd love to have you. Experience mindfulness moments with the mindfulness/stress relief coach, Zelda Speaks. And thanks for sharing the mindfulness moment tip of the day. Stay on purpose, stay empowered, and stay tuned to your next session of mindfulness on higher learning with Zelda Speaks. Make it a mindful day. And thanks for listening.
Grand Rising. Well, you might notice your Monday morning mindfulness host has maybe a little bit of a tan today. I'm Naima Latif, executive producer, sitting in for our wonderful Zelda Speaks as she attends to some important matters. But we want to continue on with our first Monday of the month guest, Lionel Abdul Haqque of Community Cultivations. He'll be joining us at the 7:30 hour. And as always, he's got quite a lesson for us. We know that the world is steeped in conflict, and there is a lot of distress, a lot of anxiety over what we're experiencing, and the fear that there may be a situation that escalates into a world war, dragging all of us into a situation that none of us really understand why it's happening. We're feeling helpless, but we need to know we're not helpless. We're quite powerful. We are very powerful. In fact, we have the power to create the situation that we want to happen. We need to look back in history to discover how we did it before so that we know that we can do it again. And we'll talk about that with our guest, Lionel Abdul Haqque, because we have within our genetic memory the knowledge of how to resolve conflict without killing, without war, without bloodshed. We know how to do this. We simply need to recall the methods that we use that were successful. This is a time for us to develop the collective consciousness, the oneness of thought, the unified intention that will change the energy of war. We have two governments, and both sides presenting to their media outlets their image of themselves as being in the right. And most people have been guided into taking a stand against one over the other and are getting sucked into that war spirit that we must go and put them down. We must make them behave. We must show them who's boss. That's incorrect on both sides. Because the energy of peace is one that says, let's talk about what's troubling you and resolve it in a way that is acceptable to both sides. Let's discuss why you're upset. Let's discuss why you're doing what you're doing. Now, most of us have been giving the image that Vladimir Putin is a mad, power-hungry beast of a man and he just wants to make war. Well, that's not really the case. And then there are those who are looking at Joe Biden. Oh, here he is in the United States trying to stick their nose in everybody's business and going to drag us into a war. We need to let those people alone and let them handle their business. So you have that. Well, the reality of war is that it's always instigated by unseen hands. People who have financial interests at the base of what they do. And those who are seen are merely reacting to unseen hands. You know how you used to have those little marionettes and you see the strings? But if you didn't look at the strings, you just look at the puppet show. Usually, they'd have the puppet show design where you just saw the figures moving and you didn't see the people holding the strings behind the curtain, behind the scenes, above the eyesight of the audience. Well, that's what we have with today's world governments. We have unseen hands orchestrating things. And so we're basing our beliefs, our point of view on what we don't see. And so we really don't have a clear view. There is no bad guy and good guy in this war effort. There are economic interests, as there have always been in every war, instigating a situation that emerges into conflict. And we, the unsuspecting public, get our emotions played with so that we can be whipped up into a frenzy of whether it's patriotism or defending one's honor or whatever emotion has been used to get us to go and kill strangers, people that have done no harm whatsoever. In this evolving higher consciousness that Earth is now manifesting, that kind of manipulation will not work. There are enough people who can see through it and are putting out messages to avert the intentions of those who intend to profit from our ignorance. So the spirit we're putting forth today is that we, the collective family of humanity, are refusing to allow a war to escalate and spread. We're refusing to do that. And when we as a collective body focus on that thought, that's what will manifest, because your reality is created by your thoughts. This is why we're continuously bombarded with fearful things, so that we manifest the very thing that we're focusing on, that we don't want, which is more war and violence, more killing, more distress, more disruption. We don't want that. So the first power we have to take back is the power of our own minds. The power of our own minds to create the reality that we want, and not keep living in the reality we don't want. Not keep living in fear, not keep experiencing the distress that comes with a belief that one is powerless. We are not powerless. We have the power to choose, and we are choosing to live in a place of peace. We are choosing, as a collective family of humanity, we are choosing. And therefore, no one's instigation of war is going to change the reality that we're choosing to create. But we have to focus our thoughts. People in ancient times understood the power of the mind and the power of collective thought, and have literally been able to paralyze an invasion by armed forces that intended to take over lands. When the collective body focused on stopping them. This is a metaphysical reality. And so we need to remember how we did it in the past. We need to remember the power that we wielded in knowing the power of our minds and collective thought energy. In a lot of ways, we've actually done this before in recent times. We just didn't call it the same thing. We remember how during the civil rights movement, the nonviolent direct action tactics, first seen with Mahatma Gandhi in India and his nonviolent resistance, and then later even expanded upon with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And when he said of the marchers meeting those who were full of racial hatred and confronting them fearlessly with no weapons, he said, we'll meet their physical force with soul force. Now, how many people understand what that really meant? Soul force. That's the power of your collective energy, your collective will, your collective thought. And what empowers that collective will is the energy of love. It's a metaphysical reality. And that energy is one of a collective understanding that we truly are one life, all connected, all a part of the creative energy of the universe we call God. So with that collective knowing, that energy, when we confront those who are acting in the ignorance of their hate, we overpower them. We literally paralyze them. We look at them eye to eye with no fear. And this is an unseen force that is more powerful than any weapon, because a weapon has to be activated by a person. And if a person in their own heart is convicted, they can't move. They can't enact the act of hatred and violence they wish to enact. We have met that physical force with soul force. Now, of course, when someone is throwing bombs and dropping bombs from airplanes, it's a little different because they're not connected to you. They can do this harm from a distance and therefore feel no connection. And this is the challenge of modern warfare. The fact that people can look at killing like you're playing a video games. And that is why video games have been so powerful in hypnotizing the mind so that people can kill without a feeling that they are taking life. They're disconnected. Video games were actually the tools used to train soldiers in that sort of long distance combat. And when the war was over, well, the video game manufacturers, they still needed to be able to sell their product. So they made them as if they were games for children. And so here you have children playing games where they're shooting, killing people, bombing people, blowing up people. And it's a game. And we're wondering why they've turned violent. Because these games were designed to condition the mind to commit acts of violence with no feeling of remorse. So this is going to take some very powerful collective thought energy, soul force, to stop this escalating war, not being manipulated into taking sides and saying who's right and who's wrong, understanding that they all are merely reacting to the unseen puppeteers who we can't see, but we need to know exist so that we are not manipulated into joining the battle. We must remain above the battleground and instead use the energy of our collective thought to change the hearts and minds of all of those who would be pushed into killing strangers, people they don't know. So they become convicted in their own hearts and they choose to join forces with those who are demanding an end to war and a beginning of peace. This is our goal. So today, we're going to begin that process of collective thought as we go through our breathing exercise. Breathing is such a powerful weapon in focusing thought because the energy of creation is in the very air. We know that the scriptures say the Creator breathed the breath of life into the nostrils of the first being, the first man, to all life, because all life breathes in. And so we are literally inhaling, ingesting the spirit of the Creator when we breathe. We're inhaling, ingesting life force energy. And so with the breath, we also want to focus on a collective thought. We want to visualize. We want to visualize what a land of peace looks like. See the beautiful rolling meadows. See the clear skies. Hear the birds. See the trees rustling in the breeze. See the clear waters, and see the people sitting down, laughing, perhaps playing games, enjoying life. See what peace looks like. Peace. If you can recall the last memory that you have, or the most powerful memory that you have, when you were at peace, when there was no anxiety, whatever you were doing, even if it was just sitting at your desk reading a book, or lying in bed watching your favorite comedy show on television, whatever it was, bring that feeling back to mind. Bring that feeling of peace, tranquility, comfort, ease to mind. And we're going to do our breathing exercise. And we want to create the energy of peace, because we are energetic beings. And whatever energy is inside of us is what we're emitting. So when we are collectively emitting the energy of peace, this is what we're spreading that influences. And so we'll begin with the collective thought of peace. If you've been watching scenes of war and you've got the images in your mind of soldiers and guns, well, we want you to take those images and see the soldiers laying down their arms, walking over to who would be their opposition, and embracing and brotherly love. We want you to take those war images that have been put into your mind and convert them. Rewrite that script. Change that image of shooting and bombing, and see the land come to stillness, and the soldiers lay down their arms and walk over to each other and embrace. See that in your mind. And feel the feeling of peace. Feel relaxation. Feel the restoration of trust. Feel harmony. Feel this. Now we want you to get ready to draw this energy of peace throughout your body. Sit up in your chair. Feet flat on the floor. Relax your shoulders. Relax your hands. You might put them on your lap. And then we want you to take slow breaths as you visualize and feel this energy of peace. So begin with the breath. Breathe in slowly. Breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. And count to the count of 5. Take a slow breath. Breathe in. And blow it out through your mouth. Breathe in. count of 5 and breathe out. Visualize clear skies, green landscapes, trees, grass, laughing children, peace, comfort, joy. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. We have the power to create using the power of our minds and the energy of our emotions. We are connected to all life, and we can influence all life by adding our positive energy to the atmosphere. We can change the thoughts of those in our midst by the powerful thought energy of love. So, as we breathe in, we want to send the energy of love to all of those who may be in the midst of battle or fearing battle or feeling trapped because they can't escape or feeling distressed because they may be forced to harm another being and it goes against the will of their own soul. And they're feeling powerless to stop it. But we want to send them the thought that they have the power to choose to stop. And we want to send them the energy of love. All who are feeling distress in this situation, whether they be in Russia or the Ukraine or any outlying areas, we're sending them the energy of love as we breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. How powerful you are in changing the world using the energy of love, the energy of peace, the energy of joy. This is how you transform the world around you. First, emit the energy, the love energy that you wish to experience. So we're going to take one more breath, sending love, sending peace, sending joy to all those who may be in distress. You breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in And breathe out. Breathe in. And breathe out. And so now we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be joined by Lionel Abdul Haqque of Community Cultivations. And we've got some wonderful people on the line that would love to participate in this conversation, and we appreciate all of you. And if you're listening online and want to join this conversation, give us a call, 515-605-9325, and press 1 when you're ready to speak, and we'll come right to you and get your thoughts. And we'll be back in a moment, so stay with us.
Live to be 120 years old and remain active, healthy, alert, and vibrant. Our bodies are made up of cells that are constantly rejuvenating. So if we take proper care of ourselves, we can literally defy aging. Join us every Tuesday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Standard Time to learn about self-care from Susan Essentials on the Female Solution Blog Talk Radio Show. Learn how to help your body and your cells feel rejuvenated each day through proper nutrition, sleep, frequency medicine, and many unconventional methods of self-care. I'm Jody Susan. Join me and my amazing guests by calling in at 515-605-9325 and press 1 to speak. We'll help you achieve a breakthrough in your health today. Hi, I'm Naima Latif. Join me and my co-host Kareem Hamid every Wednesday morning, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on the Female Solution Radio Show as we explore that relationship that is the foundation for our society, the relationship between men and women, husbands and wives. Join our discussion as we seek to repair broken family ties and rebuild our community. Listen online at www.blogtalkradio.com/the-female-solution. Call in and comment 515-605-9325. Press 1 to speak to our host. Or you can join us live on Facebook at www.facebook.com/the-female-solution. Solutions with Dr. Debbie Green on Thursdays at 7 a.m. Central Standard Time and 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to give great topics and stories on grief and turn it into victory. Join Dr. Debbie Green to listen to stories of triumph and learn how to overcome. You are not alone in your life, and there is hope in the darkest hours. This is your time to learn strategies and solutions to improve your life. It's your time. So join Dr. Debbie Green with Soulful Solutions and call in on Thursday at 7 a.m. Central Standard Time and 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time at 515-605-9325 with comments and questions. Look to hear from you real soon.
And we are back. You're listening to and watching the Female Solution Global Radio TV show on the Higher Learning Network. And we are so pleased to be filling in for our dear sister Zelda as she attends to some important business today. However, we know that the first Monday of every month we have our dear brother Lionel Abdul with Community Cultivations on. And we want to say grand rising and thank you so much for joining us today on Monday Morning Mindfulness.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for having me once again. And I want to send out a greeting of peace to all of your listeners. And hope we have an enlightening discussion today.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're certainly looking forward to you sharing your wisdom. And we've entitled this show Heru and Heru, Ancient Kemet, War in Ukraine, and How to Avoid Armageddon. And many people who have a very limited view of world history, global history, earth history, are not realizing that there was a time in our past when we did, in fact, know how to live together in peace. There were principles that we did follow. There was a system of ethics that the majority of the population agreed to. And therefore, we were able to live without killing each other. So, because people are believing war always happened and we can't stop it, and there was always violence, we can't stop it, because they can't visualize a different way of living and a different time in which we didn't have such barbaric behavior, they don't know how to recreate it. So, give us some insight on, first of all, ancient Kemet and who was Heru. So, tell us about that time and some of the laws and ways of living that people followed that actually led to peace.
Well, I think it's important in light of where we are in the world today that, I would like to begin this discussion with a couple of things. One is a moment of silence for those who are suffering tremendously at this time, and the amount of, as you mentioned, the amount of anxiety and fear that people are experiencing. The breathing exercises are good, but I think it's most important that we sincerely call on our Creator as we understand our Creator. Bring forward the best of our spirit in terms of turning towards what we think is the ultimate answer to these problems, which is a return to a level of faith and consciousness that are in accord and are sincerely being applied to address these problems. So if we could have a brief moment of silence, people in their own way take a moment to reflect and pray on to whoever you understand the Creator to be, and that we collectively ask our Creator to intervene, to accept our sincere appeal for help. And that if we do that collectively, Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, and even atheists give us the benefit of their goodwill while we pray. I would like to ask us to join with me in a brief moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that makes a difference. I'd also like to read something, a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In honor of my brother Amandilo, who sent me a beautiful card Dr. Martin Luther King Day last year. This is a quote that says, "I know that these are troubled times, but remember what I said to you in 1959. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in times of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. The true neighbor will risk his position, his prestige, and even his life for the welfare of others. In dangerous valleys and hazardous pathways, he will lift some bruised and beaten brother to a higher and more noble life." End quote. Now, what we see as a problem in this modern age is something that we've been talking about since I've been out here, basically, but maybe on this show I've been trying to beat the same drum, that we've been misled, bamboozled, run amok, and led astray. And that fear and foolishness, fear and folly are the biggest enemies that we have, and that those things have been cultivated by mass media programming and a willful intent to drive us into a level of consciousness that make us like cattle and sheep, children, and adolescents at best, but never to grow to the full level of consciousness that reflects an adult, mature, serious, God-fearing social life. So we live under that situation, and we've been trying to emphasize the need for us to overcome fear with our faith by putting our faith in practice, by putting our faith to the test of study, historical evaluation of where it came from, where our teachings came from, where who established them, and how many times they have changed over the period of time. And we think that's important, and it is a mature, adult way of addressing what we say we believe is to examine it, because we can all be misled, we can all be bamboozled, we can all be deceived. And if you don't examine sincerely and seriously what it is you've been told, it's a good chance you have been misled. And so this is what people do when they are serious about what they say they believe. You examine it, you check it out, you sincerely look with the prayer that God will guide you to see what is needed to be seen in order to do what needs to be done. And this is what we think we have failed. We have not been able to get people to really respond to the message. I haven't gotten any calls hardly. I've maybe one or two in the 3 years that I've been on there with you guys. Very few people have called. Very few people have followed up on any of the suggestions that I've made. The concept of hello, to change the concept of saying hello, in terms of understanding the relationship between that one word and our social malaise. That is, we keep invoking the name of hell every time we address each other. We are perpetuating and acting in a way that is contrary to the peace that our Creator put us on this planet to establish. And so we need to stop saying hello. We need to make a major effort to stop others from saying hello. And the idea of fun and foolishness, fun and sport and interplay, the relationship between keeping us from ever elevating our consciousness to a mature level, having a serious attitude toward life, is undermined by the amount of sport and play, the pervasive influence of sport and play in our lives, especially in Western civilization, especially in America. And so these are the things that we have talked about over the years as part of the problem, and that the need for us to resurrect our human spirit depends upon us throwing off the things that we have taken on, have been given as cultural orientation to keep us from resurrecting our human spirit. And where we are today is basically a testimony to the fact that we have not succeeded in raising our level of consciousness beyond just talk to doing some real serious soul searching and acting on what we know we need to do to bring about change. So this is where we are, and the concept of the resurrection is still a part of the process. We have to resurrect our human spirit. The human spirit that is humble, that is sincere, that is seeking to please our Creator first and foremost, and willing to sacrifice ourselves for the purpose of advancing our posterity out of ignorance, out of darkness, and into light. And so this is what community cultivations has been about. This is where our concept of community cultivations comes from. It comes from the faith tradition of Muslim community, the Islamic faith that established by Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, 1,400 years ago. And it is a faith tradition that I identify with fundamentally because it does not condemn or seek to isolate itself from other concepts of faith, but seeks to encourage mutual respect and learning, sharing of ideas with other people. And it's basically one of the three major religions in the world. It's the only one that does that to the extent that Prophet Muhammad made it a major part of his movement to respect other religions and to protect them from abuse and mistreatment. And this is where we have to go. The concept and the images of Islam and religion that are perpetuated in the world today are very shallow, very selfish, and we need to resurrect the true spirit of worship and service in our effort to address the problems that confront us, because they are problems that divide us and make us think that the other is not worthy of our respect.
So, Brother Lionel, one of the things we advocate often on this show is changing the minds of the next generation, because they're the ones who are going to bring forth whatever they have been taught and whatever they conceive as reality. So we observe that this generation, many people are stuck in a way of thinking, whether it is because of religious indoctrination, whether it's cultural influence, whatever it is. And often it's reinforced by, of course, the mass media, as you know. But whatever it is, many people are stuck, as you've observed. You can tell them and tell them and tell them and tell them, and they can't move beyond the level of consciousness that they have. That is the limit they have reached. But we know that new minds that are developing have the capacity to comprehend and expand and create a different reality than what we're experiencing now. So we've been developing a whole curriculum designed for those souls who are here to bring us to this new earth, higher consciousness, but they need to be taught something different. So, what would you say is the first thing that needs to be taught to a child to change that belief in their own powerlessness and instead gives them the understanding that they have all this greatness within them? What's the first thing to teach them to undo the locked mind that we see in the older generation?
Well, I would suggest the teaching of examples of in human history of men and women who have demonstrated, given an example of courage, of faith, of standing up for what's right in the face of serious danger and challenge. As the quote that I gave from Dr. King articulates, the true measure of a man is not where he stands in times of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. The best thing to teach is where it is that the child has to go. What is the best example of human life? What is the best example of heroes and Heru that we could establish? The concept of a hero began with the concept of Heru in ancient Kemet. The first example, the first story ever told that we know of a hero, someone who's willing to give his life for the life of others, for the benefit of his future generations, is the story of Heru, Asar, and Aset. The metaphor of ancient Kemet that was established so pervasively and throughout their culture is this thing that we call today the Washington Monument, is really a symbol used in ancient Kemet. Like every temple in ancient Kemet had two of these, we call tekenu, tickets that were outside of each temple. And these things were not made out of wood, but they were carved out of a mountain, a solid piece of granite, and established as a symbol. And so we need to understand, and I would try to tell any child, any adult, because most of us are basically like children now in terms of our understanding. We have very shallow understanding of history, of human life. So the best example that I would teach is the example of people like Harriet Tubman, who I am absolutely in awe of, Prophet Muhammad, Bilal, Ibn Rabah, the example of David going up against Goliath. I mean, these are, from every different faith, there is at least one or two that we could draw from in order to pull people together and teach. Let my child, would have my children know that it's not about any particular religion, because we believe all of them have something to contribute, and that if we respect each other and not hate each other, not put each other down, not try to make you less than in terms of where you are, but to make us all part of the same whole, that we could all grow together and contribute to each other's growth and make a much better world. This is the kind of examples that I would try to draw from. I would try to develop a curriculum, a system whereby all faiths are represented in a way that they can feel proud of. And that we also examine and identify those things that are not so good that are reflected or represented in each of these different faith traditions. And examples of human beings who have done terrible things to other human beings as a way to teach the children what not to do and how they got to be that cold-blooded, that inhumane, to where they could do something. And the influence of vanity, the influence of greed, the influence of money, the love of money, that shaped and influenced people to do terrible things to other people.
So
those would be the kind of things I would want to teach my children.
So rather than teach that certain people are just naturally inferior or wrong or bad, you would teach them more that we're all of equal value as human beings, but there are people who've made mistakes, and perhaps these are some of the reasons. And these are some of the people who did some great things, and this is what we want to emulate. So therefore, no one is seen as lesser than, because everybody's history can be laid bare, the good, the bad, the positive, the negative, and then we can evaluate what is best to emulate and what is best to not emulate without condemning any particular kind of people coming from any particular place, just understanding that all have done both positive and negative and created the outcome that we're seeing today.
Well, there's an old saying that we've all been bit by the same snake. That the concept of Satan, the concept of the devil, is a real thing that we need to focus on as well. That we didn't lose our humanity by natural process. It was by deception. It was by willful, deliberate efforts on the part of some to gain an advantage that they didn't have and deceive people. So it's important for us to be intelligent, to be wise, to be thinking people, and to recognize that deception is the way we get tripped up. And so the idea of magic, the idea of deception that magic represents, is a pervasive problem, a pervasive mindset that people have accepted as not just good, but preferable. That the idea of escaping reality in association with magic has become the norm. And we have to reject that childish, immature, dangerous mindset that keeps us from growing up and becoming more mature, more adult in our thinking.
Absolutely. Well, this is now a time for us to grow up as a human family. We got to take responsibility for the mess we've made. Well, you're listening to Monday Morning Mindfulness, and I'm Naima Latif, sitting in for our wonderful host, ZeldaSpeaks, and we have with us our Monday morning guest every first Monday of the month, Lionel Abdul Haqque of Community Cultivations, giving us some insight so that our hindsight can give us better foresight. And We'll be right back after this quick break. If you're listening online and want to join this conversation, give us a call, 515-605-9325, and press 1 so we know you've got something to say. We got a couple of hand raised in the studio, so we will be coming to you next, 773-487 and 312-671. And for those who are watching us on Facebook, feel free to write in your comments. We'll share them with our listening and viewing audience. And we will be right back after this quick break. So we want you to stick and stay. Don't stray away. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Do you want to live in a world without war? Join our global peace movement. Heavenly Culture World Peace Restoration of Light transcends culture, religion, ideology, and other boundaries to achieve peaceful harmony in the global society. HWPL is committed to bringing world peace and cessation of war through peaceful dialogue between religious groups. I am Director Shin-Suk Kim of the HWPL Chicago branch of North America. Join us for our next gathering. Call 773-580-1501 and be a part of the movement for world peace. Email us at chicagohwpl@gmail.com.
Do you worry about finances, family, health, job, relationships? Are you in pain? Do you feel stuck? If you answered yes to any of these questions, help is available. Don't worry, you're not alone. It's part of the human process. You only feel this way because you haven't mastered the voices in your head. No hype, just down-to-earth, solid, workable tools and techniques that you can practice daily. It's really food for the soul. Whether you want to learn how not to worry about anything, reverse type 2 diabetes, publish a book, promote your product or service, or just make extra money. To take advantage of the deal of the day, go to ZeldaSpeaks.com or call 312-409-6619. Mention promo code The Female Solution and get free shipping. That's ZeldaSpeaks.com or 312-409-6619. Stop worrying today. Visit ZeldaSpeaks.com.
We have an opportunity to transform the whole global society in the next 50 years. 50 years from now, the earth will be populated by a new generation of adults, many of whom are yet unborn. Our mission is to nurture them in childhood with love, guidance, and protection, and to raise them in healthy, happy families. If we impart values of compassion, generosity, and respect for fellow human beings in the next generation of children, they will create a world where people can live together in peace. This is our goal. Be a part of the transformation. Get your copy of the book, The Female Solution. Go to www.naimalatif.com. That's www.naimalatif.com. I'm Beata, your holistic life coach. These days, it's more important than ever to work on your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. Are you consciously breathing deeply in stressful moments? Do you have a plan or daily routine to maintain balance in your awesome body? Are you struggling to be disciplined in your eating habits? When you partner with me, I'll help you develop a personalized health plan that works for your particular lifestyle. You can find out more about me at yourholisticlifecoach.com, where you can also review my 3-step protocol to guide you to abundant health. That's yourholisticlifecoach.com, and I'm Beata.
And we are back here listening to and watching the Female Solution Global Radio TV show. This is Monday Morning Mindfulness with ZeldaSpeaks, and I'm Naima Latif, sitting in for ZeldaSpeaks. And this is the Higher Learning Network, where we bring you a higher consciousness. And assisting in that process is our guest for today, Lionel Abdul of Community Cultivations. Always rise to a higher consciousness so that we can grow up as a human family and stop acting as children who don't know what to do. We definitely need to take responsibility for the mess we've made of this earth and clean it up and decide to make things be as they should. You know, Lionel, one of the things that we say often, the fact that 50 years from now, the earth will be populated by a new generation of adults, many of whom are yet unborn. And constantly putting forth that message is to let people know that the world is not stuck at this point. We have a whole new group of souls coming into this earth that have the power to create in ways that perhaps their ancestors did not realize they had, if we don't brainwash them with the same sense of powerlessness that we have. I'm going to take some calls, but I want to throw this thought out there. You know, this weekend, there was the annual celebration of the march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. And Vice President Kamala Harris was there, and so many other leaders around the nation were there. You know, of course, Al Sharpton, Representative Jackson, you know, all of those who have been through this struggle to overcome this spirit of racial hatred and violence and repression. So in celebrating that, you know, we recall the times, we recall going through the struggle, we recall getting beaten, we recall ultimately getting the Voting Rights Act passed. So I suppose a commemoration is a way to recall what happened. But there are times that we recall things that happened and we tend to kind of wallow in it, like, oh, we were enslaved, oh, they beat us, oh, we had to sit in the back of the bus, oh, they treated us bad. And in recalling that, it seems like we get stuck there, where instead of us saying, well, let's visualize what we want the world to look like, we get stuck on, well, let's feel bad about what happened. And we never empower ourselves, like you pointed out. All the teaching that we get, and we still keep staying at that same point of seeing ourselves as victims, as repressed people, as powerless. How do we not pass on that identity of victims to the next generation coming into this world with all the power in their hands to create something different? Should we not talk about what happened in the past, or should we talk about it in a different context? What are your thoughts on that before we take this next call?
We should certainly talk about it, and we should talk about it in a different context. We should talk about it in a context that speaks to the reality that oppression and injustice are rooted in misinformation, greed, hatred for one people for another based upon what they've been told about those people and what advantages they choose to go for at the expense of some other people. And that we have to value our humanity. If we really value our humanity more than money, more than what we think we can gain, you don't want to sacrifice your humanity for the sake of material gain. And to do injustice, to do wrong, undermines your humanity. It cripples. It's like a hole. You talk about a hole in your soul. Every sin, every act of injustice and indifference to the suffering of others puts a hole in your soul. And a holy soul, a soul that's got a lot of holes in it, it's like it's damaged very badly. The continuity of that spirit, the sound that comes from that spirit is not a good sound. And we need to understand that our humanity is an evolving process. It comes as infant and evolves to maturity. And the role and the responsibility of the society and the parents of the children of the society is to create an environment, a learning environment and social environment that promotes humanity, that promotes the idea that we are children of the Most High to the extent that we reflect the character, the guidance of the Most High. And the more we exercise that guidance, the more mature, the more sound our expression, our wisdom, our guidance for the future generations will be.
Absolutely. Well, let me take a call here. And if you're on our switchboard now and would like to make a comment, just press 1. That'll light your number up on our switchboard. We'll open your mic and get your thoughts. And if you're listening online and want to join this conversation, give us a call, 515-605-9325, and press 1. And we'll open your mic and get your thoughts. You're listening to Monday Morning Mindfulness. I'm Naima Latif, sitting in for Zelda today. And our guest is Lionel Abdul Haqque of Community Cultivations. And we are taking a look at ancient Kemet, war in the Ukraine, and how to avoid Armageddon. Is there something to teach the younger generation, the future, so that they can turn this world right side up again? And let's go to our phone lines at area code 773-487. Introduce yourself to our listening and viewing audience and give us your thoughts. Do we have the power to change this spirit of war, and how do we do it?
Well, it don't exist if you don't acknowledge it. It's all a game, people. They got you in quarantine. They're going to flip you to war. They're really controlling your mind. I'm a part of the Kemetic Society. I'm in the Kemetic Kingdom of God. That's what I've been doing the last 15 years on the internet. And I've proven it that it's here, it's back. One of the things that, when you understand the Kemetic societies, that it was all over the world, not just in Egypt. It was in America as well. We have pyramids in America with hieroglyphics on it that they knock down and they become state parks guarded by military men, okay? They don't want us to know that. So we live in a time now. I'm going to tell you what's really, really going on. I grew up in the 60s. My family, we didn't acknowledge civil rights because we knew it was a trap. Okay? Oh, you can't drink out my water fountain. This is white only. No, you can't eat out that restaurant. So it was a trap to make us want what they had. My family, we had everything. We had a garden bag. We were working. We was like, don't pay attention to Martin Luther King. Don't pay attention to that. They are driving us out. And as soon as that bill was signed, they killed John Kennedy. They killed King. Lyndon Johnson took over and said, and the next thing you know, all the black businesses around America, I'm talking about thousands of black businesses, laundromat, grocery stores, liquor stores even, all of them closed down because they had an opportunity to go to college. The children said, Mom, how much are you making at this business? $50,000. Well, Mom, I can make this by going to school. I'm going to get this education, the civil rights education. And they didn't come home, and Mom and Pa had to sell the business. That's why we are surrounded by international business community. You got to go out, you find Chinese Arab every day. It was bought and Jews bought it up. All over. Leslie Harrison shook my hand. She said, "That is my story, Koopy." I went to school and didn't come back home and didn't want to work my parents' business, and they had them salad. That is my story. I go, yes, it's all over.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what's really going on with the international global politics? We are being, all this religion, right? The real religion, somebody was supposed to return, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, that's what religions teach. People waiting for someone to come and tell them what to do.
The book of Enoch tells you who's returning. Have you seen, which I sent you a video this morning of a mothership returning with a scout ship coming out of it. Okay? Enoch talked about the spinning wheel, in other words, spacecraft entering the earth. Okay? Now, when this happens, it makes people know that, wait a minute, we're not alone. Who are these people on these ships? Oh, they're the people who set up the pyramids and the temples all around the world. They're the people who live this kingdom that we trying to learn. They're the people that wrote on the stones, told us the sun is the creator of the universe. They left, and they want to come back to claim what they created. And then when they come back, we're alert. Bring out the nuclear bombs. Let's start a phony war in Ukraine. Okay, we're going to use Putin. We're going to start a phony war because these people are coming back. We got to be prepared because every war, World War I, World War II, they'll call it World War III now. Every world war, they shot a nuke bomb under the ground trying to destroy these people who are coming back. A nuclear test, no. They were dropping bombs because these people live in the earth, under the earth. They live in different galaxies, and they enter the galaxies through the door of the sun, through the summer solstice. That's how you get out to the other galaxies. These people are coming. I've seen them. I did a song on it.
Oh, yes. Well, Koopy, you've said some interesting things, and I want to examine some of this because this now we're dealing with is the war of the mind. And as long as we can keep being distracted with images, then we keep focusing on what we're being told, and our vibration stays low and fearful.
Distraction because something else is happening. War is a distraction because it creates fear. When you operate in faith, you can bring a new world into existence.
Absolutely.
But if you're in faith, you're sick. You can't do it. They know the collective spirit is working. We talked about it for years. They know it. So they go, well, we got to get these people sick again. We got to get them in fear because they're bringing a whole new life to this planet, and we're losing.
Well, that's very significant that you point that out because it's no accident that just as the panic over COVID is dissipating, suddenly we have something else to create fear. So as long as you keep the collective mind in a state of fear, as you've said, you keep people from focusing on their power to create. And that's what has happened. So we are being duped into remaining fearful and believing ourselves to be powerless. And we also are focusing on what we believe we can't do and what we believe others are withholding from us, instead of recognizing what we can do and what we already have. So I definitely appreciate the realization that we have been steered in ways that are not in our best interest. So I'm going to get some comments from our guest Lionel Abdul Haq, he mentioned something that often comes up and people argue about that, the civil rights movement, and what was the real message that we gave to our children coming out of that movement. The children who were thinking, well, now I have access to other people's neighborhoods, other people's stores, other people's culture, and it's better than mine. So I'm going to leave mine and go after theirs. And now mine is struggling or disappearing. And I'm still fighting for people to approve of me and allow me into their systems. So that the mindset that comes out of that generation, as Kupi was pointing out, of course, if the whole focus is I want to be equal to you, then the belief is I wasn't equal already. The belief is I need to get your approval so that I can be seen as good as you. That's the subliminal message that many swallow, and therefore it's, instead of creating what they needed, they were focused on getting other people's approval and inclusion. And that which we did have, many of the businesses, many of the enterprises, the properties, and all of that, well, they were lost because the children weren't there to come back and enhance them, because their focus was turned toward getting other people's approval and acceptance. So, what are your thoughts on that, Brother Lionel? Do you think that we may have misdirected the generations after the civil rights struggle into believing that the goal was to be approved of and included by other people, as opposed to empowering ourselves to create what we needed ourselves? What are your thoughts on that?
But I think it's definitely important to understand the people who were behind the integration movement were many of them were people who were convinced that the only way we can be accepted is to be more like slave masters, and to be accepted by former slave masters, and was to show them that we didn't hate them, that we were not, that they had no fear of us, that we were not going to retaliate and take revenge for what they had done to us. And therefore, the idea, the Christian idea of love your enemy and pray for those who spitefully misuse you and abuse you was brought forward as a way of addressing the situation, whereas others had a different perspective, and theirs did not get the support, the financial support, and the support of other groups, other people, other organizations to support their movement to bless the child. God bless the child and got it all. The idea of working, of gaining respect, was to build our own, to do for self, right. In the words of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But the idea of fear of retaliation, of the reprisal, the jealousy, the hatred of white people to see black people making progress is what gave support to the idea of integration. That the integration idea was a lesser of two potentials in terms of what could happen if we continue to work to build our own, separate from the Caucasian, as opposed to working with the Caucasian to prove that we're not going to take revenge for what they've done to us. So that was I think was the major strategy behind the integration movement, was to keep white folks from doing what they did in Tulsa and other places when black folks started to make progress, is to just tear it down and take it. That the immigration movement would have given us a protection, a level of protection, spiritually oriented in the context of the Christian philosophy or teaching about love your enemy and pray for those who spitefully misuse you and abuse you. These ideas have value in certain contexts, but in other contexts, in hindsight especially, I think the idea of God, of doing for self and gaining respect, independent respect gained based upon us pulling ourselves up by our own bootstraps, doing our own due diligence to work to bring about the level of respect that would have gained us the respect of others. Would have been a good way to go as well. So my concern is that we've all been misguided. There's a whole lot of misinformation that's represented as the way to go that has not been thoroughly evaluated. And so I think the truth will set us free. That the more we know, the more we understand, and especially in the context of being submissive and humble to our Creator, sincere in our devotion to God, the reality of God, would be the best way for us to deal with the circumstances that we are confronted with, because it is the misrepresentation of the reality of God that has put us in this situation. People have lied about God. They have misrepresented the universal human worldwide concept of worship, and have created divisions that elevate one group over another in the name of God. And that's why we've gotten so messed up.
That is what has to be correct.
Representations.
Yes.
These fragmented portions of the book. The book that the Creator has established is a book that includes the teachings of Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, Noah. The teachings of all people have divine in it, and we have to respect and look for, cultivate those teachings on a universal level so that everybody is respected and encouraged to put forward their sincere desire to serve and help advance the human situation.
Well, that is our task for sure. You know, when I think about people seeking approval from others, or seeking to assure others that they are harmless, if we are putting other people upon a pedestal as if they are some type of superior being whose approval that we need, that is acting, as you've said, like a child. No human being needs to approve of another human being. One must love oneself and approve of oneself. And if the only entity that one is seeking approval from is the Creator, and the standards for that, as you've said, have been given in the scriptures, in the basic teachings of love your neighbor as yourself, treat others as you wish to be treated. If that's the standard by which we live, then that's the only standard that matters, not whether or not other people fear you or don't include you or don't like you. Their behavior doesn't matter. They have to also live up to that same standard set by the Creator. So when we come back, we'll talk about how do you teach that principle to future generations, that no one is greater than yourself, as we saw in the TV series Roots, where the baby Kunta Kinte was held up to the sky and said, "Behold, the only thing greater than yourself," so that there is no belief that someone else has the power to make you lesser than what you are. How do we teach that reality to the next generation so that their intentions are based on that and not worrying about other people's approval and inclusion? We'll talk about that when we come back, and we'll take more of your calls. And if you're listening online, want to join this conversation, give us a call, 515-605-9325. Press 1 when you're ready to speak, and we'll add you to this conversation we are having with Lionel Abdul Haqque of Community Cultivations right here on Monday Morning Mindfulness. I'm Naima Latif, sitting in for ZeldaSpeaks, and we will be right back after this quick break. So we want you to stick and stay. Don't stray away. We'll be back in just a moment. So stay with us.
Have you ever dreamed of going to exotic places, meeting fascinating people, enjoying uplifting music, and spending nights in a luxurious hotel? Do you look forward to a relaxing vacation where you can walk along the beach or sit in a quiet park and enjoy the sunset or sunrise? Whether you're flying around the world or driving across the country, we will share travel tips that will help you stay safe while you enjoy the journey. Join me every third Saturday of the month, 12 noon to 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, and move around with Deborah here on the Female Solution Show. Call in and comment 515-605-9325 and press 1 to speak.
Hi, this is John Alexander.
And I'm Naima Latif. Meet people like you who are making a positive difference in the world. Watch us every day on The Media Connection at www.youtube.com/The Media Connection TV.
We'll see you soon.
There are people who choose to make a positive difference in the world. Our job is to bring you their stories to motivate you to do the same. Join us each week, host John Alexander and Naima Latif, as we bring you the educators, entertainers, elected officials, religious leaders, and community activists whose works are transforming this world. Find out how you can make a difference too. Be inspired. Watch The Media Connection. Mondays at 5 p.m. and Tuesdays at 12 noon on cable TV, Channel 19 in Chicago. In other cities, check your local cable listing. The Female Solution Global Radio TV Show invites you to an invigorating conversation with our team of hosts Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central Time. Start your week with Monday Morning Mindfulness with ZeldaSpeaks. Tuesdays, Self-Care with Jody Susan. Wednesdays, Repairing Broken Families with Naima Latif and co-host Kareem Hamid. Thursdays, Soulful Solutions with Dr. Debbie Green. And Fridays, Health and Wellbeing with Beata. Saturdays, tune in 12 noon to 2 p.m. Central Time. First Saturday, Success Strategies with Shauna. Second Saturday, Wendy Williams Esquire on relationships. Third Saturday, Move Around with Deborah. And fourth Saturday, Wisdom with Mama D. Join us Sundays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time for Soul Purpose Healing with Beata. Call in and comment 515-605-9325. Press 1 to speak to the host and be a part of the solution.
And we are back. You're listening to and watching the Female Solution Global Radio TV show. And if you want to join us visually on Facebook, just simply go to the higherlearningnetwork.org on Facebook. And you can also go to Higher Learning TV on YouTube and join us live. Feel free to write in your comments as we speak to Lionel Abdul Haqque of Community Cultivations. And we're taking a look at empowering ourselves to change the conditions of the world in which we live, a world that is seeking to keep us in a state of confusion if we allow it. So, Lionel, I'm going to take another call, and then we'll get your comments to this caller's comments. Area code 312-671. Introduce yourself to our listening and viewing audience, and give us your thoughts about what should we be teaching the next generation of children so they don't come into the world and grow up believing themselves to be helpless victims. What are your thoughts?
Well, Shalom, Heru, we don't die, we multiply. Life is beautiful, blessed, and all about success, breeds success. This is your brother, Minister Robert Floyd from Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, Minister Plump, I thought you was going to be down there with the folks in Selma, Alabama. with the March commemoration, huh?
I have a personal kind of situation and condition and it wouldn't allow me to be present. Hopefully looking forward to the future. Mm-hmm. However, my spirit was there.
Oh, yeah.
Because, yes, my spirit, my attitude, because I am a part of the struggle movement and coalition. And education is a part of the foundation for the Harold Washington Foundation for more information. We are doing 100-year centennial, Naima, which is the 100-year birthday of April 15th, 2022. And I hope that you may consider moving back my beloved brother Lionel Abdul Haqque as being a special guest in the future. Because Mayor Harold Lee Washington said we must pump the whole community.
So let me ask you this, Minister Plum, because of course you've been around good, 75 years and have seen a lot and have actually been a part of that war experience that America had in Vietnam and the impact of that. So now as we seek to put forth images of peace and empower people to believe they can create a different kind of society, what do you think the current generations of youth should be taught about the war that you experienced, Vietnam? That was a very turbulent time. And as Brother Lionel was telling us, there are people who set an example of how you resist what's wrong, how you stand against what is destructive, and how you overcome, which ultimately we did force this nation to pull out of those countries. And it was a struggle because, again, there was that economic agenda underlying the war effort. But now looking back, and we still have people such as yourself who are still alive who can give a personal account. What would you want young people to know about that war era that would give them a sense of empowerment to make sure that never happens again, where we're sent abroad to kill some people that we don't even know for a cause that has really been manufactured and is not real? But once we get there, we find out we're actually killing people who are fighting for their freedom just as we were fighting for ours back here in the States. So what would you want young people to know about that war that would give them the power to change direction?
Hallelujah. Way of life is, first of all, it takes a village to raise one child, and no one can raise a kid, as Mama D say. First, war in Vietnam, it really was a crisis, but they call it a war. However, it was an unjust war. And, anything that's injustice is a threat to the whole world. And that's what's going on now with Ukraine. However, I would take a stand and care from the experience of Muhammad Ali. He took a stand on the fact, okay, what's all that noise? Naima?
Oh.
Yeah. Naima, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Yeah.
I don't know what that noise is all about, but anyway, I know that opposition always throws a monkey wrench into the truth, and as we have already stated, Yahshua, who most know as Jesus Christ, said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." I want to add to the fact that we are emphasizing our own history, our own culture, our own heritage. And like Brother Lionel Abdul Haqque said, God bless the child got his own. And Mayor Lee Washington said we must pump the whole community. So we're pumping it up in peace, love, unity, marketing people.
Yes, we should do that. Absolutely. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm so grateful that you all are commemorating a great man who is a symbol of someone who used the power of his mind to change the reality that we're living in. Not only a great mayor, but just someone who set an example of resistance to those who wanted to maintain the status quo. And ultimately, he did triumph even in the opposition that he had during his time as mayor. So we have to not be afraid to take leadership positions where we live. We have to not be afraid to challenge the current power structure. And we have to not be afraid to stand against what seems to be an all-powerful government sometimes when it asks us to do wrong, such as you pointed out, Minister Plump, going to an unjust war, because ultimately the people did triumph. So we thank you so much, Minister Plump, for all that you do and continue to do. So, Brother Lionel, is there the energy of resistance to this war on the level that it needs to be? And actually, as Koopy pointed out, if they keep us focusing on it, they can keep us in a state of fear. Should we, more than focus on protesting, should we focus on withdrawing our attention to it and focusing on building that which we want so that we're not being manipulated into that state of fear? What are your thoughts on that?
I think a certain amount of fear is healthy. To not recognize the danger of the circumstances that we're living under and the escalating potential for greater danger would be foolish not to recognize. But in order to deal with the circumstances, we have to also recognize that we've been misled, been bamboozled, well-marked and led astray, and that most people are acting on misinformation and shallow information. We only know what is current history. We only know what's going on within the last 50 years or so. We have very little understanding of things that led up to these circumstances and the divisions of power that have controlled the narratives on what life is all about. I mean, the fact that the majority of the people in this country only know one religion, and they don't know that very well.
Yeah, they don't know that very well.
It's a big problem. It's a big problem. And wherever you go in the world, you'll find isolated people with very narrow, very shallow perspectives religious perspective, it has been shaped and influenced by political agendas. And we have to recognize that religion has been a tool of power for people, and that they have shaped their religion to conform to their political ideals. And so we have to recognize that we have been misled, and that we have to humbly seek the guidance of our Creator sincerely, and then begin to apply what we basically understand and reach out to others who have a different understanding. And with mutual respect, we can begin to build a better understanding about what human life is and the value of human life universal, not just white people or black people or Chinese people. That we have been put into these little armed camps by political agendas, people who have shaped our concept of God based upon their political agenda.
Absolutely.
And we have to break out of that. We have to break out of that.
Definitely. Well,
that would make a big difference.
So one thing that we see often is the belief that in order to do right, you need to know all of these various doctrines, and you've had schools of thought on religion, but the basic teaching of treat others as you wish to be treated. I mean, you don't have to read a single book to understand that. So why do we make the Creator and the creation and the laws of creation, which is basic, treat others as you wish to be treated? Why do we seek to make it so complicated, and then we end up doing things that have nothing to do with that basic principle? Why are we doing that? Why can't we just treat people right? Why is that so hard?
Well, the power. The people who have power dictate to.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host pin. When finished, press the pound key.
To start your show now, press 1. If you're important and...
Since it appears your call is back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now.
Into these wars and conflicts, and they keep us from ever maturing. They keep us from ever getting serious and getting real, as the young people say. And this is what we have to do. We have to get real. We have to recognize that the world has been lied to and misled, and we have to seek the truth and understanding that will give us a better grip politically on where we need to go. It's the political powers that are manipulating our moral behavior by keeping us foolish, giving us over to magic and witchcraft and sorcery and all kinds of crazy ideas that are contrary to the foundation of sincere moral life. You can't have an appetite for foolishness and gambling and sport and play, and that is consistent with a moral guidance for doing justice for everybody.
Well, we've got a couple of callers on the line, Lionel, that want to weigh in on this. And I think that's something for thought as well, what you've just said. Let me bring in area code 706-202. Introduce yourself to our listening and viewing audience and give us your thoughts as we take a look at taking back control of this nation and removing the spirit of war. What's your thoughts?
Grand rising, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Peace be with you, my brother. Brother Kwame. I'm sitting here on stolen land of the Muskogee Creek in Georgia.
Yes.
And you're speaking on a very important topic, and it's in divine order because there's a new moon that just began. And with the planetary alignment with Pluto, Pluto is the planet of transformation. Pluto is the trickster. But Pluto is in the position that it was 248 years ago. And Uranus and Pluto, when they join together, conjunct every 12 to 13 years, there is political change. There's change that comes about in our energy because, see, there's universal law, there's cosmic law, and there's natural law. Man is out of order. Man is not following the laws of nature, not following the laws of the universe. Because there is divine intelligence, and now we're creating what is called artificial intelligence. And so, like you said, what Malcolm said, we've been bamboozled, we've been hoodwinked. But there is order, and we are out of order. And through the disorder, there comes the chaos. And these are the things in which man is attempting to control other man. We're all human beings on this planet. We're all human beings on this planet. There is no difference as to what we may have outer shells that are different cultures and ways we do, but we're all human. And in this human evolution, we're evolving to become the highest of spiritual content that a human can be. Is the reflection of our Creator. And what we have done is that we've created, or those that are attempting to create, a power. And power only means, as Wade Noble has defined it, power is the ability to define someone's reality and make them to believe that which is not their own. We have, by birthright, our even this thing of sovereignty is created, has been created. There was an excellent thing called Changing of the Gods, because we're in a different part of our Milky Way galaxy that we haven't been in 26,000 years. The astral being that comes here, that forms a life body inside of the womb of woman and comes onto the earth, is a being of a soul that has come here for a purpose. When you said educate means to put in. We're born with everything we need inside of this. Rumi says everything in the universe is within you. When will you learn to use yourself? These are the challenges that we're speaking about. These things of war and battling is because what someone is putting into you is not what is to come out of you. And so you're fighting from within. This is where the war begins, because if there's no enemy in you, your enemy outside of you cannot harm you. I mean, these are good. This is a great topic that we need to begin to look at. But the real thing is the journey within, because the battle is fighting that which you know that's in your heart that was seated there when the soul decided to come into human form. So I thank y'all for the topic.
Well, we thank you for the comments, for sure. Absolutely. And it does force us to think on a higher level. Let me see if I can bring in one more caller before we wrap up. And we've got area code 773-957. Introduce yourself to our listening and viewing audience and give us your thoughts.
This is Rashida Ali. Well, I think that in January 1st, 1863, when Abraham Lincoln promulgated his Emancipation Proclamation, that's a document which titled promises, promised so much, but whose words delivered a little, very little. The American people have also been of two minds. The great Jubilee, for which, the one slave called June 19th, the day in June when the unique army arrived in Texas and liquidated slavery. From that, the first guns at the Sumter, the strongest advocates of emancipation, over 122 years, it has been advocated for health issues across all disciplines, agreements for health care, Affordable Health Act, etc. And according to the Center for Disease Control, homicide is the leading manner of death for African American males aged 10 to 35.
What is it? Homicide? You said homicide?
But I think homicide. For African Americans, 10 to 35. 10 years old to 35 years old. And in 2021, Cook County homicide was the worst in almost 30 years. 80% of the Chicago homicides were blacks. And so my conclusion is that we need to address this issue as a health issue, mental health issue, because as you know, the psychological deal with the issues at hand. That document that promised so much, but whose words delivered so little by Abraham Lincoln, and for which we, American people, have also developed more than one line about it. We need to do something about what's happening, especially among our community. And I agree with your writings about the psychological effects of slavery, which has caused mental sickness in our community, and also have committed a lot of homicides among our own.
Well, thank you so much, Rashida. Thank you for your comments. We're about to wrap up now. But that is an issue that we have the power to change. We just have to know we have that power. And as always, we appreciate your bringing to the forefront that which we need to take responsibility for changing. Well, we've got to go now. And Brother Lionel Abdul Haqque, we appreciate you for being our guest this morning and lending your wisdom so that we can think differently. And certainly we will be looking forward to you coming back on again next first Monday of the month. As always, we appreciate you. And for those who want to get in touch with Community Cultivations, is there a number or website? How do they reach you?
773-642-1453. My direct line. Appreciate anybody calling. If I don't answer, leave a voicemail and be consistent.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you. And we will, again, that number is 773-642-1453. Lionel Abdul Haqque, Community Cultivations. I'm Naima Latif. We'll see you again tomorrow. And until that time, continue to shine your light.
I'd like to thank all of you who participated in today's discussion. And to our global family listening from all around the world, we say thank you. To our family in China, Haqque, India, Zanzibar, Japan, Arigato, Korea, Kamsahamnida, Russia, Spasiba, Germany, Danke, Poland, Dziękuję, France, merci, Spain, gracias, Italy, grazie, Egypt, shukran, Ghana, medasi, Nigeria, eshe, South Africa, Nyabonga, Senegal, Geret, Kenya, Asante, Israel, Toda, Pakistan, Shukriya, Afghanistan, Tashakkur, Saudi Arabia, Shukran. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you. And may peace be upon you and the mercy of God and God's blessings.
And we thank you all for joining us this day on Monday Morning Mindfulness. Our host, Zelda, will be back next week. And of course, feel free to write your comments in on the Higher Learning Network, Facebook page and the HLN TV1 YouTube channel. We appreciate all that you do to help make this world a better place. This is our goal. So be a part of the female solution.
Do I hit X's leave studio? Hit that to turn it?
Upper right hand corner where it says end broadcast.
Oh, okay. Hit that.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Shit, I guess. Oh, shit.
Okay, if you hit end broadcast, let me see if it stops.
Okay.